And he has some engaging instruction and makes some meaningful connections with the culture of the Chinese community. He's taught them how to do the lion and the dragon dance, and then he's also included younger students in the DLI program and the parade and different clubs and events that they have. So his impact has been not only felt by students, but also by colleagues and our community. And so we just want to congratulate him for his amazing work. So. Okay, now we're on to our C awards. So I'm going to have all of them come up. So our S is Lori Jacobson, and she's for strengthening PLCs. Is the E for expanding student connections. And then Kristen Riley is the other E for elevating employee appreciation. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about why they were nominated. These guys were nominated by the administrators in their building, and then they were voted on by district office employees. So Lori is a committed advocate for doing what's best for each child. She offers daily support to teachers and helps them look closely at what they can tweak to help move their students. Lori is organized and thoughtful. She's always analyzing things and is so reflective, trying to ensure that no effort is wasted in the work at Garland Elementary. And then Lori is amazing. Diana is truly exceptional in expanding meaningful student connections and supporting the whole child. She provides compassionate, skilled guidance to students navigating grief and loss, and offers steady support for those experiencing behavioral or academic challenges. Whether helping students work through friendship concerns or partnering with parents to address their needs, she consistently creates a safe, welcoming space for every child. Her impact extends beyond individual meetings. She's a vital resource for the entire Golden Spike community. She is deeply deserving of this recognition. Lori is an instructional coach at Garland, and Diana is a counselor at Golden Spike Elementary. Kristen Riley is an assistant principal at North Park Elementary. She elevates employee appreciation through her constant visibility and support in their building. Kristen consistently goes the extra mile to listen to and support the ideas of teachers, ensuring their concerns are heard and addressed. She's truly their school's cheerleader, possessing a unique ability to look for the good and spotlight the positive things happening in every classroom. Kristen is always the first to acknowledge the positive contributions of each staff member, fostering a culture where everyone feels seen and valued. We're going to have you guys go around and shake everyone's hand, and then you guys get to come back. Oh, good.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Congratulations again.
Congratulations.
Charlie, you do.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Awesome. Thanks for all you do.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Test. Test.
Yay, Robert.
Oh, that's cute.
Okay. Yeah, that will work. Except, yeah, you go step back.
Let's try.
Yeah, there you go. Good.
Okay,
I can pretty well. I'm just getting them.
I'm fine if I am.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then I will change it down.
Cover one. All right.
Yes, thank you. Here, I'll take your E. Anything you need to do with that. Okay, thank you.
We are ready for a motion.
I move that we approve tonight's agenda.
Second that?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. We are going to start out with our ESP employee recognitions, and we have our Human Resources Director, Karina Fife, here to do that for us.
Okay, this is such a fun time of the year to do these recognitions, and I just want you all to know that it was really hard because there were so many amazing nominations. And with that, I'm just reading a portion of what people wrote about you because some of you have had multiple nominations, so I'm just going to share a portion with you. So the first one that we have is for transportation, and it is Jason Jensen. And Jason, one thing that was highlighted in your nomination was that Jason never hesitates to assist others and ensures all tasks are finished promptly and effectively. Jason, if you'll come up. We'll do a picture with the board after. We'll have you all come back up, okay? Oh, yeah, I guess I gave you a copy of that, actually. All right, another transportation is Gail Bingham. Gail, are you here? Do you want to come up while I read it? Yeah. Okay. Gail goes above and beyond for all her kids. She's the first bus out and one of the last buses to come back in. She is so reliable and even does extra trips and subbing when she can. Okay, outstanding ESP administrative assistant, Talise Jones. Talise has a number of nominations. Talise is always calm and collected. She knows what's going on and does her best to keep our school running smooth. She is always happy and positive and sets a great tone in the office as well as the school. She is pleasant to work with. She tries to accommodate the needs of our staff. She's kind and helpful to staff, students, and families alike. She creates a warm, welcoming environment that puts students and parents at the ease. She does everything. She helps everybody. Talise does so much for our school. She's behind the scenes, making sure we're all taken care of, helps with any last-minute printing need to be done, runs to get our soda-fixed drinks for everyone at parent-teacher conference. That's important. Her efficiency in handling enrollment, attendance, and staff requests is unmatched. She took time to help our custodian shovel snow, and it snowed hard in the middle of the day, so our students would be safer going home. She's willing to learn and apply new things. Thank you, Talise. She has a number of nominations. Okay, another outstanding administrative assistant, Heidi Ivy. Heidi also has a number of nominees. Heidi doesn't just get stuff done, she does it with love, care, and complete professionalism. She is often seen covering the front desk, ordering and delivering lunches, running the pony, and answering questions. Heidi anticipates needs, provides clear guidance, and makes herself available as a reliable resource. Heidi is a master of balancing her responsibilities and uplifting others. She is willing to learn new things and never replies that anything is too hard when she is asked to do something. It is rare to see someone so consistently ready to help whenever there is a need, and our district is a better place because of her commitment and example. Thank you. Okay, facilities, Hunter Morgan. Hunter is a great leader as well. My two sons have worked under Hunter as a student custodian. He did a great job in giving them meaningful tasks to complete that built their confidence in their work. Hunter works so hard, and most of the time it is in the background without recognition. We need more people that take pride in their work like Hunter does. Thank you. Paul Bouchy for facilities employee. probably massacre your last name today.
You shy.
You shy, okay. Paul is the man. He is always going out of his way to not only get venues ready and clean, but to support the athletes and coaches in what they do. Our students all love Paul, and he is an absolute treasure here at Bear River High. Okay, this is a unique award because this goes to the entire kitchen staff at Golden Spike Elementary. Okay, so I should have Peggy, yes, Chelsea,
Yes.
Ashley, Joyce,
Yep.
Caitlin, Melissa, and Jamie. Yes, okay. All right. Inside there is a certificate for each, not a certificate, but a gift certificate for each one of you also, and then you can hang the plaque in the kitchen, but let me read. Every single one of these cooks and kitchen staff deserves a massive praise. They work so hard to push all of the kids through the lunch line and always are so kind and helpful. Recently, we were able to change up our kindergarten and second grade lunch schedule, and they have been fabulous in adjusting to it and worked their butts off. We recently took off about 10 minutes of kids having to wait in line, not including them getting to their seats, and they have been so supportive and helpful. I can't thank them enough for their hard work that I think so easily gets looked over. Thank you. Okay, outstanding paraprofessional, Naftali Blanc. She is constantly thinking of new things she can do to help the kids she works with. She quickly gets to work, always ready to support both students and teachers with a positive attitude and strong work ethic. Her ability to build meaningful relationships with students creates a warm, encouraging environment where everyone feels supported. And outstanding paraprofessional Amber Kaminsky. Amber truly has a gift for working with students. She consistently adapts to individual student needs and has a natural ability to connect with students at their level. Thank you. Have all of you now come back up here so that we can get a picture.
You want to shake hands first or picture first?
Yeah, shake hands.
Which is better?
Yeah.
Way to go.
Thanks for your hard work. Thank you for all you do.
Very exciting. It's awesome.
Thanks for all you do.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
And you're killing it there. Thanks for all you do.
Thanks a lot. Good job.
Thanks so much. You're doing so well.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you.
10 minutes, that's pretty good. Stand there and not
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the work you do.
Appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
That's how you do.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
You're the best. Well deserved.
Always take the lead.
So well.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
These kids learn so much. Really do.
So much. Appreciate it.
Stay up here for your pictures. Pictures. Ladies and gentlemen.
In case you're
Build
wondering.
it. Build an ark.
By yourself.
Boy, I'll be stuck.
Whatever you want to do. Should we go about your plaques up? Okay. Board members, I'm sure you guys wish a little more. Okay. All right.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, everybody pause and let the back of the room get another shot with that.
Is Jason just recording?
Ready, take a picture.
Melissa.
Right here. We're gonna do one more. They won't want this by themselves. But you gotta get in the middle.
Spike, down to Tricia.
Keep taking them.
You love it.
I love them. They're my favorite. This is not my good side, guys. Rest in cheese.
Alright, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, ladies.
Friends.
Go back and across the room, yeah? That's where we're still across.
Hey, Steve, Tiffany, these two they both got recognized tonight.
Husband and
I
wife.
think it'd be fun to. Guys,
Come on up.
they want to.
Come on up.
Cash and Kieran. And they're both just.
Come on up.
Where's your mother? Couple recognitions.
Mother-in-law had to go do women's.
You had to go. Women's. Okay. Oh wow. Yeah.
Couple award.
I can see. I can.
Okay.
I just have to see over his shoulder.
You know, that's a good team right there when they're both. All right, thanks for sticking around. Those of you that are still here, you probably have an assignment at some point in this meeting. But honestly, the recognitions, I love that we do them, and they are so sincere and heartfelt. And yet when everyone clears out and goes their way, it still doesn't quite ever feel like we can thank our employees, our educators, our paras, everyone. It doesn't ever feel like we can thank them enough. They're in the trenches, and we're so very grateful. We are now to our public comment portion of our meeting. I just have a statement to read real quick, and then we'll get started going down the list in order of how you signed up. So, the floor is open at this time for any resident of Box Elder County or staff members to address the Board of Education on items pertaining to education and/or the operation of the school district. Participants will be given the opportunity to address the board in the order in which they have signed up. Patrons must state their name prior to making comments. Individual comments during this segment of the meeting are restricted to a maximum of 3 minutes. Group presentations are restricted to a maximum of 6 minutes. A majority of that group must be present at the time of public comment. Group members must be listed on the public comment sign-up sheet and the opening of the comment. Handouts may be used and distributed to board members. If handouts are distributed, all members of board and district staff present should receive copies of all handouts. The board will not take final action or have discussion on items presented during public comments unless the item is already on the meeting agenda. If additional study is needed to respond adequately to the questions or comments, the resident may receive a written response. The written response may be read publicly at the next regular meeting of the board. Due to the rights of privacy of the employees of the district, the Board of Education will not allow public comments on specific employee appointments, employment, or performance at this time. Questions and complaints or charges against particular employees are to be referred to the superintendent for action consistent with law and/or district policy. With that being said, we're going to start with Kristen Riley.
Gotta pull out my
reader so I can see. My husband asked me if I was just going to ramble on, and I said, no, I wrote something down. So here we go. Good evening. After the last board meeting, I walked away feeling like I absolutely had to come here tonight just to tell you what amazing job you're doing. I'm going to get emotional, oh my word. How embarrassing. To be honest, I was actually a little embarrassed because I had to ask someone how to even sign up for public comment. I haven't been a regular at these meetings, but I felt it was important to show up and say this in person. Then, unexpectedly, a couple weeks ago, I opened my email to a congratulations note. I'd been selected as a winner in our District C initiative. I'll admit it made me tear up. Not because I felt I was especially deserving, but because it was so moving to realize someone took the time to notice me and recognize that I'm trying my best. I spent 8 years in the classroom, and I always worked to instill two main messages in my students. First, that you will never regret being kind, and second, that you can do hard things. Tonight, I want to tell you that I see those exact strengths in each of you. I see you being consistently kind to every person who comes to this podium, regardless of whether they are being kind to you. I see you reaching out to the community, attending school events, and working tirelessly to seek input from the people you represent. I see you doing hard things every single day. I see you turning the other cheek and putting in the countless unpaid hours for the sake of our kids. I see you being willing to make hard and often unpopular decisions. I see the toll this must take on you. Thank you for being pillars of strength. You are setting an example for our students, our staff, and this entire community. I know this can be a thankless job, but please know that I and many others see you. We see your hard work, we see your kindness, and we know you are doing hard things because you truly care. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Next is Ben Soholt.
My name is Ben Soholt, and believe it or not, I'm actually up here not to complain. I know I've had my complaints over the last few months, and they still stand, but I also believe that recognition is due when you've done something good. A couple of things that I just wanted to point out. First of all, I really appreciate the hard work that you guys did, and I know that Keith Meekum did as well on allowing students to go get a GED and then decide to come back and get a diploma. So I really, I think that was a really good thing, and I think that'll be helpful in this school district. The other thing, I just wanted to thank those who did respond to me with this last email that I sent out. We finally got that sorted out, so I think we have some communication there. I still think this is the best way to communicate. There's a lot to be said, and going back and forth, it's really difficult to have a back and forth doing that. But I trust that you will find a way to make more public input available. 3 minutes a month is not really a whole lot, so I'd like to be able to have a discussion with members of the board to see what kinds of solutions we can come up with moving into the future. So again, I wanted to thank you for your effort and for the things that you do for the school district.
Thank you, Ben. And now we get to hear from one of our own, not as a board member, but as a community member, Stephanie Phillips.
First, I'd like to thank you all for the amazing jobs you are doing. But this experience that I am bringing to the district, well, can I say I've been on the PTA for a really long time, and I'm getting emotional too. I think it's just as the microphone. But anyway, because I was in the PTA, I got to go to their PTA conventions, and there I found out about Book Battle. And I'd never heard of this before, and it just like called to me. And I just really wanted to bring it to our district, and so I started talking, and and life happens, and now I'm on the board, and maybe that's why it all came about. But I am introducing the book battle, and it's happening this Friday, and it starts at around 10 o'clock at Alcee Harris. We're piloting it in 2 schools, which is the Alcee Harris for the upper grades and the Garland Elementary in the lower grades, and just to kind of fill it out and see how it works and how it's not working or how we can do it. And then we're going to invite all the other schools to participate. Whatever school wants to participate, we're going to try to help bring it to those schools. And essentially it's like in the intermediate school, they had a list of 12 books and then they could sign up as teams, as 3 to 4 students. They divvy out these books to the different students. They get a chance, then as a team, they read different parts of the book, or they read the books, but they read different books. And then they're able to go to this battle, and where and they have all year to read them, but we have questions that like, in what book does the main character fly on a broom and catch a golden snitch? And then the answer is Harry Potter, Sorcerer's Stone, and J.K. Rowling. And if they write, they get 2 points for the author, 2 points for the title and 1 point for the author. And it just like helps them then be reading books that are normally out of their comfort zones, and they get to compete. Where a lot of students compete so much in our sports. You better put up the timer. I don't know where I'm at. But, okay. Yeah, so anyway, this is the bracket. Sorry, that was the bracket that's happening on Friday. Okay, so this is how it's going. Round 1. The losers go to the loser bracket, the less winner bracket, and then they funnel in, and then the last round will be the 2 final teams, and the winner will be the winner. And the lesser winner will be the other. But anyway, it'll be just a fun night, or evening, afternoon, day. It's during school. And then the next Friday will be Garland Elementary's turn. So you're welcome to come. Community members, if you're interested in not coming to your school, I'd invite you to reach out to your principal. Can I say that? Yeah, okay, reach out to your principals and let them know that you would be willing to support this program, because it is taking time out of librarians, and it's going to be a lot of volunteer work. So if you're willing to help with this kind of thing, please, you can reach out to me or your librarian or your principal. I don't know who to reach out to at this point, but I'm really excited, and I think it's going to be fantastic, and yay for our district.
Stephanie, we would like a report from you as a community member next month as well.
Because I promise I will be there.
Okay. Thank you. Now we will hear from Trina Davis.
Trina Davis. 13 for 13. 13 years of school, 13 life skills. Last August, a brilliant Box Elder High graduate called me from the streets of Los Angeles. He was 18, homeless, in debt, no car, no license, no support system. He said, I just don't have anyone to ask questions. I can't call my parents. I don't know who else to call. This was not a student who failed school. He graduated early with a high GPA. He passed every test. But he was not prepared to pass the test of adulthood. Before his 19th birthday, his life had collapsed. Not from drugs, not from crime, not from poor academics. It was from a lack of life skills. He didn't understand credit. He couldn't budget. He didn't know how fast small financial decisions can spiral. For some students, these skills are taught at home. They were taught in my home. But for others, especially those coming from generational poverty, abuse, or neglect, they are not taught at home, and they're not taught at school currently. So I'd like to propose an idea. 13 for 13. 13 years of education, 13 life skills. I'm going to hold up money for every life skill because I believe that life skills translate to financial stability. Budgeting. credit, loans, insurance, taxes, investing, starting a business, job skills, renting versus home ownership, basic appliance repair, car maintenance, cooking and physical health, and exploring passions and careers. 13 years of school, 13 life skills. Skills that help students thrive on any income, because businesses don't turn a profit overnight and doctors don't practice the day after graduation. So when do we start? Early. Students in our district begin dropping out as early as the 8th and 9th grade. We can't wait for the financial literacy class till the 12th grade. Those are the students who need these skills, but life skills help every student. 13 for 13. Let's make sure a diploma means more than passing tests. Let's make sure it means a student is prepared for life. 13 for 13. 13 years of school, 13 life skills. Skills that translate to financial stability. Let's work together. Let's work together to prepare all students, regardless of their background, for financial success. I would love to be part of the solution. I will email each of you in hopes that we can find ways to make a change with our curriculum that can leave students with more life skills. Thank you.
Excuse me, if you happen to email and you don't get a response back, we found out that sometimes they get caught in spam, so give it a few days, a week, and then reach out to the district office, me, and we'll have our IT guy check. We found out with Ben that spam sometimes catches outside us. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. We are on item F on our agenda, action items. We're going to start with a presentation from Megan Bushnell, our Student Services Director.
So this is just kind of not ironic, but it's coincidental, I guess. And sometimes people say there's no coincidence. I just want to give a little story. I know you guys are in a hurry, but for this recommendation, we have a person who we hire. We have a federal grant, and then we have a little bit of a supplement from a state grant. It's for our Native students. It's based on 506 forms. It's a federal form that students who have a Native background have a membership number, or a parent or a grandparent who has a membership number. I put that on the 506 form. I then turn that into the federal grants program, and we get a set amount of money based on those 506 forms. Well, today I was at Golden Spike, and I was in a 4th grade class, and we were actually, they were doing 7 mindsets lesson, one of our curriculums for character ed, and it was about legacy. And it just talked about, like, what is your legacy going to be, like, as a student? Like, when you get older, what's your legacy going to be? And the teacher asked the students to write down what their legacy is. And one of the students who is Native, who works with Brooklyn, that's our Native Connections coordinator, he wrote, respect my culture. And I just really feel like that's a big piece of who he is. And I know his parents are very respectful of their culture and have taught him, but I do believe that having Brooklyn in this position has been an amazing opportunity for not only her, but for our students that she serves. So with that, I would just want to recommend that the Title VI Indian Education Program application for the 26-27 school year as written.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Megan? Or a motion?
Is she here? No, she's not here. Yeah, she's amazing. Her name's Brooklyn Timbimbu. She actually was a Box Elder High graduate. Her family were Box Elder High graduates, and we snagged her at Utah State a couple years ago. She was doing a Bachelor's of Social Work internship, and when she came to our table, we said, pretty much you can do what you want with your internship. And she had a passion for working with Native students, and it just led into this opportunity for her. And I've heard from numerous parents that, like, they are so excited when she comes. And one last story, that these two sisters, one missed school on a day and the other sister didn't, and that's the day Brooklyn went to their school. She came home and the other sister was so upset that she missed school because she missed Brooklyn that day. But yeah, she's amazing.
Make a motion that we recommend or that we accept the Title IX Indian Education Program application for the 26-27 school year as written.
Title VI?
Title set.
Yeah.
Isn't that 6?
Yes,
You said 9, but we're good. Okay.
Title.
It's 6, isn't it?
You said 6.
It's 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 6.
Do we have a second for that?
I'll second that. Sorry, Stephanie. Okay, I don't like to.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you, Megan. Now we have an approval of amendment to Lakeview TSSA plans. And let's see, also North Park from Heidi Jo West. Thank you.
I want to. It's at that time of the year when the principals have gone through, adjusted their budgets, met with Sherry, looked at what will be left over, and they have to make their final purchasing by April 12th. And so with the inability to hire paraprofessionals or paraprofessionals for both of these plans being hired or funded from overcrowding, things that were put in their plan didn't need to be paid for. They usually have a contingency that says they'll spend it on technology, and so they're both requesting to be able to update the devices that project for students in the classrooms. That's what the recommendation is for both of these plans.
All right, thank you. We'll do the motion for the Lakeview TSSA plan first.
Well, I move that we approve the TSSA revision for Lakeview Teacher and Student Success Plan as submitted.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or questions? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Now we need a motion for the North Park.
I make a motion that we accept the amendments to the North Park TSSA plan as presented.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, Heidi Jo. All right, we have approval of amendment to school fees for driver education fees. Meekum.
So I'm going to open this up, but the reason why I'm opening up is not to see the motion, but to show you what we've been looking at. So we're always trying to find a way to improve driver's education. We know that approximately 900 kids take driver's education from Box Elder School District and our 13 driver's ed teachers that we have. I know we've all driven with kids at some level, maybe. But I do appreciate these driver's ed teachers. They're sitting there, all they have is an extra brake, and we've got young people that are learning how to accelerate onto a freeway going 800 or 800. They got to get up 75 or sometimes 80 out in Tremont. They got to get up to freeway speed, and so if kids haven't really had a lot of experience, it's a little anxious. But one of the things that the state of Utah is actually coming up with is a driver's ed solution software. And I just wanted to point out a couple things that this software does. And really the reason why I'm here today is I would like to implement this into Box Elder School District. And here's some benefits why. So allow students to sign up online for classes and drive times.
That's huge.
That's huge. If you've ever been
From having a relative that teaches driver's ed and he is constantly texting,
so
can you drive tomorrow? Can you, or they drop out and then he's got to find someone else.
So first of all, those of you who have been at Box Elder High, and it's like the window's open and it starts at 8 and first sign up, and the line goes all the way out of the office, outside into the commons area, sometimes out the window. Michaela, yeah. So that would be eliminated. So you'll be able to we just say it opens at 8 and it just starts filling, and you fill in, and as soon as the class is filled, it goes to the next and it goes to the next, and then there is a wait list. The wait list then would be immediately put into one, if anybody dropped out, or it would move into the next time. We do about 4 a year, so break into the next session. Obviously, setting up drive times, and so there's windows that are set up, and then the teacher can then say, okay, you guys and gals are the next ones based on your age or close to getting your license. So they can say, we'll have these spots open. They go in, they sign up. Anyway, pretty awesome stuff. Let's say educators manage their schedules, send students messages, but it's not going to be a private message, so the parents would be included in that. So the parents always know what's coming. One thing I really like is it just eliminates double booking vehicles, overbooking classes. Anyway, another thing that's pretty awesome is when you go on a drive, they will put in what we did, and that report will go to a parent. So you'll know what they practiced and what they may have struggled with. And now a parent can then say, oh, maybe we got to go for a little drive and do a 3-point turn, or learn how to handle a 4-way stop, or how to merge onto a freeway, or how to turn left at a light, which is always exciting. So anyway, the way the cost is it's $15, and the reason why it's $15 is it's a credit card fee to sign up, but it does allow, when you sign up, you'll know if you're in or you're out. It also is a per person charge to have this program available for everybody. I understand, and we should all remember that driver's ed is a school supported program, which means it is fee waiverable. If a parent can't handle that fee, but I'm asking the board to approve $15 in addition to what we currently do. And we would like to start this beginning June 1st. So our summer session, we'll get into doing this right away. And the reason why we have 2 school fees here is the 25-26 doesn't end until June 30th, but the 26-27 has the old amount. So today we're asking the board to approve a $15 fee, which will bring us up to $15 for this driver's ed solution software, which will make it so much easier for communication, for parents, for signing up, getting feedback, and then all the other fees stay the same: $55 for classroom, $140 for behind the wheel driving, and then $25 for the driving test if they choose to have Box Elder School District be the person that does that. They obviously can go to the DMV, and if they do that, we reimburse them the $25. They may have to wait 3 months to go, but that's an option that a parent has. So we're receiving some training on this in 2 weeks in Cedar City, and then we're going to begin implementation right away. And so with that, are there any questions?
So you said the $15 credit card.
No, it's
so they
the user
pay
fee-
$240 altogether to the school district, and then we send them like a link to the software.
No,
Maybe?
what will happen is they'll sign up through the software,
Okay.
and it'll be a $240 charge.
Through
But
that. Okay.
it's all through that, but we'll receive the money. But there won't be and here's a credit card fee.
Okay.
It's all just one thing. You're signing up in the program, and then it will begin.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion then that we approve the amendment for the 2025-26 Box Elder School District General Student Fee Schedule, and amend the 2026-27 Box Elder School District General Student Fee Schedule to reflect the new fees for driver education.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any more questions or discussion on that motion?
Just a question on this. So it has been vetted, the software system, right?
Yeah, this is all done through the state. They use this as their #1 program now. We're just one of the, I mean, not all of us have jumped on board, but every training I go to, which is 4 a year, get into driver's ed solution, keep showing that this is the way to go. All these issues we keep bringing up, they're like, you need to be in driver's ed solution. It is a national program, and it's just spreading throughout the entire nation with states jumping in to do this.
great. I just wanted to make sure that all the bugs have been worked out.
That is a great hope, and I've been assured that it is.
Well, I will just say I have one child left, and hallelujah, because when kids get the text and I don't know when they're driving, and suddenly that, Mom, I got to be here, like, oh my goodness.
So all the parents will be involved in every communication automatically. And it just keeps our teachers safe, and they can organize their schedule, and it's just a win-win for a lot of reasons.
All right, any more discussion or questions? We have a motion. Oh, yes, Michaela, thank you.
I just say that this sounds amazing. I remember getting messages from my driver's ed teacher like the day before, like, can you drive tomorrow at 10 in the morning? And like, I have something, and I'm trying to move it because I have to get as many or my scheduled drives in before like my birthday, so I can have access in time.
So what this will do is they'll open it up the window and they'll say, okay, I'm open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday after school from, and not everybody gets in, but they'll have a priority of who's closest to their 16th birthday, and we start pushing them into that, and then I'll go to the next part if people can't do it. But it will be where you'll actually be able to just jump on your phone and say, I need that one, I need that one.
Yeah, it's like that sounds so much easier than
Yeah.
what I had to go through.
There still probably will be some, hey, can you, because people do back out, but that then gives a notification and it opens up another window.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Thank you. On F5, the approval of sale of real property, I would take a motion to table F5 until after closed session tonight.
I move that we move F5 to after closed session on our agenda tonight.
I second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. We will come back to F5 after our closed session. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to our information items. Ashley Nelson, our Director of Literacy and Instructional Support, is here to talk to us about the Gifted program.
Hi. Keith, will you open up my presentation, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, part of getting the funds from our state for our Gifted program means that I have to do a board presentation every year. So I know you know about it. I've talked about it in the years past, but just wanted to make sure that you guys all kind of knew what direction we were going for our students who qualify for gifted services. So we identify students by all third graders in March, take the COGAT assessment, which is a cognitive abilities test. We give it to every third grader in our district so that everyone has equal opportunity to join our program. So we just finished up a few weeks ago and we're waiting for our data to come in so I can start identifying those. So what we do is myself and Jeff Morris, who's our assessment director, we go through the students and their scores for any students that hit that 75th percentile or above. We then take and look at their Acadience data to make sure that their reading levels are high enough, and then we look at their RISE data to make sure there's no concerns that way to determine if they qualify for services. The reason that we look at Acadience and RISE is because we do these services during their reading group intervention time and their math group intervention time. So if they do have concerns with reading, we'll want to make sure that they get placed in an intervention group so that they get the services they need there. So they can qualify for gifted and talented services, or we call it LEAP in our district, in either math or reading, or the majority of students end up qualifying for both services. So they get instruction. It's our 4th and 5th graders who qualify. Again, it's during our reading intervention time and their math intervention time. Those students go to a teacher that is doing those extension activities with them. Those activities are geared towards our state's gifted and talented standards. Those standards are creative thinking, critical thinking, problem solving, and research skills. Okay, so then I just have a few pictures of some of the things that we've been doing so far this year as I've been going around and observing classrooms and talking to teachers. We've built in a lot of literature circles where students are reading novels They get to read something fun that they really enjoy. They're doing activities where they're doing art projects, and they're really getting into characters and different character traits and how characters make decisions based on their traits. Some of the things they've been doing in math lately is a little leprechaun trap that they made during March. They've been learning about simple machines and the different qualities of simple machines, and then they use those simple machines to make a leprechaun trap. So that was a super fun activity that they've been doing. So our goals for this school year, every year we have to choose a group that is underrepresented with our gifted services and try to increase participation. So this year we wanted to focus in on English language learners. So last year's data, we had 1 ELL student. This year we were able to qualify 2 ELL students. So if we want to be really positive, we doubled, but that's also not enough, right? So the reason that we were able to qualify more ELL students is because we do the sleep time during their interventions. Many of those students go to their English language learner services during that time. So we were able to pull them from their services in order to give them LEAP. So I was talking to Jeff, who's our assessment director. He's also over ELL. He said, hey, what are your ideas? Because we know that there's this group of students who are brilliant, and we want to give them a chance to get these extension services also. So his recommendation is, why don't we just increase participation with Hispanic students in general, instead of just focusing in on the English language learners. There's a lot of Hispanic students who speak English great, who are high readers. Let's really focus in and see if we can get more participation with those students. So for this year, our baseline is we have 18 of those students who are in gifted and talented currently, and next year we want to increase that. We're going to do that by including the WIDA assessment in our calculations to determine who goes, and also lower that threshold. So typically we say 75% is our threshold. We'll lower that a little bit so that we get more students that can qualify for our services. Okay, that was like fast and furious. Do you have any questions for me?
If we're lowering that standard, does that make it so then they aren't getting those interventions that would help them then get to a higher?
Right, and we'll still take into account the Acadians and the RISE. If they need those interventions, then that's going to take preference over this. But there are a lot of students that don't necessarily need a phonics intervention that we could put in a LEAP group instead of like doing a novel study or something like that.
Yeah, that was part of my question. And then the second part is, can we increase the number of students? Is that going to strain our teachers? Do we have enough resources to, like, I'm all for getting as many students as we can, and I'm just wondering how that works logistically.
Absolutely, and it's kind of depending school to school. There are some schools that might have 20 students that are qualified. There are other schools that have like 50 students that are qualified. So we might have to have 2 teachers that take it on. So it kind of depends school to school. But we should be able, if we need to add in more para support, we have funding to be able to do that and help them out. Okay?
Correct me if it's changed since you've taken it over, but isn't the funding that we get from the state based on the number of students we qualify for the next year?
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yes, so the more students we qualify, the higher budget that we get from the state. Okay?
I just didn't even mention with the book battle, she's been so supportive and so great. So I just want to say thank you.
You're so welcome, it's been fun.
Great. Also, if I can just plug, I'm so sorry. It's going to be, the book battle is, there's a link to it on the Alice C. Harris website. So you can watch it from wherever you're at. Okay.
It'll be fabulous. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Appreciate the work that you do. Our next item is G2, the Lakeview Sewer Repair, and we cannot wait to hear about this. Corey, thank you so much for getting your team together and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So on Monday of spring break week, I took pictures down there where the contractors were working, and I made this slide deck and sent it out to the school board on Monday, and then I was asked to present it tonight for public information. And so if you'll go to the first slide, please. So last Monday, they actually started on Friday afternoon before spring break started. So they were working all weekend. And then on Monday is when I went and took these pictures. But what we found is that, so we have two parts there at the school. Part of the sewer system is buried under the concrete floor, and part of it is exposed in tunnels. So the part that we worked on, that they worked on over spring break, was the piping that is buried under the concrete floor. They found that it is Orangeburg, which no longer is used. If anybody hears Orangeburg pipe, they cringe, because it lasts, if you're lucky, it'll last 50 years. I guess we were super lucky because it was installed in 1962, but it was past end of life, and I have a description there. Orangeburg is wood fiber mixed with tar, and back in the day they thought that this was like the solution to a shortage of metal, but it was not when you project 50 years ahead. So that was a piece of it. This one, it's kind of hard to see, but the white arrow is showing a piece of Orangeburg that they pulled out that is just was rotted and full of the fill, the dirt, and the gravel. The next one, this is a picture of the new lining that they put in. So the pieces of Orangeburg that they had to remove, they put in new pipe, new plastic or PVC pipe. The Orangeburg that was still stable enough, they lined it with this. So that's the part that we took care of over spring break, was the lining. Replacing actual pipe in the tunnels will take place in the summer. I mean, it's a different contractor that does these two things. But this lining is, once it is pushed through and hardens, it is as hard or harder than the PVC pipe, and they said it'll easily last another 50 years. So that was the solution that we did. They had to dig a large hole. You'll see it in a second. They had to dig a large hole in the hallway to access where this Orangeburg had to be replaced. They did a lot of protection because it was very dusty. You can see that they had to bring a little mini X in to do part of the digging, and they actually had to cut through the concrete floor. Yeah, if you want to scroll down to the next one, you can see the amount of dirt that was needed to be removed. If you go down to the next, this was the hole that they had to dig in order to reach the old sewer line. And incidentally, they actually, after I created the slide deck, they had to cut another hole about 50 feet away from this one on the other side of the hallway to reach another section that they couldn't just push the new lining through. Let's see, was that it? Yeah.
Is that about 6 inches of concrete? Is that what a floor would be?
Yeah, it was about a 6-inch floor of concrete. So they were, even though they had, I mean, this company, give them full credit, even though they had to dig cut another hole, dig down this deep again and replace more, they were still able to get it repaired and capped on Thursday. So we are back running this week. When they started school on Monday, it was back full access to all the restrooms. The only thing we have left is to replace the tile flooring, and I already have our flooring contractor on tap to do that as soon as they can mobilize somebody. So, and we are in the process of doing the same exploration at North Park, so that we can hopefully take care of that this summer. We don't want to be in the same situation again. We also want to finish out the preventative maintenance at Lakeview, so we don't run into this again. Any questions?
Corey, remind me, is North Park, they're not down a bathroom right now. They were having,
Correct.
they came up in the kitchen, but they're
So-
still operating.
So what we had at North Park, we have actually, I believe they said, more tunnels at North Park, so it's easier to reach. But it was the sewer line under the kitchen, and it was actually only fed by the kitchen, not by any restrooms. And so the leakage in the kitchen, there was no human waste, just kitchen waste, food scraps, that kind of a thing. Gray water. Yeah. That doesn't sound any better, but yeah.
It was still stinky.
It was still stinky, but
Gray water.
yeah. But at least we can say it wasn't from toilets.
Okay.
So,
I don't know if I want to know or ask. I do. Do we have a bill? How much did this cost? I just feel like it's important
right.
for the public
right.
to know.
No, that's a good question. So we feel like this took care of about half of the school. It took down one quad of restrooms, the sick room in the office, the kitchen. They were still able to wash their hands, and they just couldn't put any food scraps down. And also the staff restrooms. And so still available was 3 quads of restrooms. We feel like this took care of about half of the school. And the bill, it wasn't upcharged because they had to cut another hole that we weren't expecting, but it'll be between $90,000 and $100,000 to do this repair that was done and replacing the hard pipe in the summer. So we're projecting that by the time we finish out the rest of the school, we should be at or hopefully under around $200,000. We would suspect that North Park would likely be similar to that. Hopefully, we don't run into any places where we're suspecting that they have Orangeburg too. It was the same time. We don't suspect, everybody would knock on wood really fast, cross your fingers, wish on a lucky star, but that we don't have any collapsed Orangeburg, so then we could just get in, they can do the lining of the pipe, because they can line Orangeburg as long as it still has the stability, but once it's deteriorated and collapsed and there's gravel in the line, they just can't do that. That's why they have to dig the holes there. So that's kind of a rough estimate.
Well, you haven't had any issues at North Park, you just do it as preventative, right?
Correct. Correct. We don't want to get another situation. Principal Story was out here when I came in, and he was just, thank you so much. It was so nice. And I said, yeah, you don't realize what you have until you lose it.
But there were issues in the North Park kitchen.
There were. They're repaired. Okay. My crew repaired those over spring break, so they're back up and running.
I've heard some, sorry. I've just heard the middle school, Bear River Middle School also has a lot, when are they on this schedule of fun?
We're taking this in order of what we feel like is most pertinent, and those are 4 schools. So Lakeview and North Park we feel like are top priority, and Bear River Middle and Box Elder Middle are like the next priority, but just barely under that next priority. And so I've worked with Neil. He's created a budget where we can start taking care of these things. We know that Bear River and Box Elder both have had these breaks before. Those breaks were in cast iron, which we prefer now on our new builds. We spec out a PVC because you don't get the corrosion like you do in cast iron, but those were in cast iron in tunnels. So when it's in a tunnel, it's a lot easier to repair. But we just repair sections at a time. What we would do for North Park and others that we're looking at doing, it would be to actually replace that old cast iron that we know is what's 2026 minus 1962. We're well over 60 years on that, so that would be the proposal of what we would do, preventative, so that we don't run into this. I mean, it's not just the loss of restrooms, but as we know from Bear River Middle School, when we had that leak, the smell was intense enough that it disrupted education, and we had to go virtual learning until we could resolve it.
So are these amounts, weren't they part of that maintenance schedule we passed? The budget that we passed for next year?
The fiscal year 27? No.
Are they part of this, or are they going to be an add-in?
So it's a separate budget.
We'll be asking for a budget addition and the end of the year budget.
So both of them should be fixed by the end of June, so it'll be added into this budget year.
I'm not going to guarantee they'll be fixed by the end of June. We're just starting to camera the lines.
So we will add about $200,000 to the repairs estimates at the end for this year-end budget. We have an accounting-wise we call construction in progress. We account for that in this year, even though it's not completed for the next year. And so I don't want to get into the accounting technicalities, but we will make sure we're accounted for properly according to the budget that was passed.
Corey, will you pass on our thanks and gratitude to your staff that worked over spring break? I know
Yep.
that's their break too, and I'm very grateful they were willing to.
Yeah, we all are. Thank you
And
so
actually,
much.
I didn't have any crew work over spring break because for us, we worked Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday as 12-month employees. So they still got the Thursday and Friday, but yeah, it's not fun for my crew to go down in these tunnels and repair sewer lines that have been leaking.
Thank them regardless.
I have a quick question. So how do you find out if it's the Orangeburg or the middle schools you say are cast iron? Do we know that's all cast iron, or do we think there's Orangeburg in that as well? How do you find out?
So that's why we need to do this investigation. They put a camera down the line, and it's interesting that the camera, I mean, they give us a good view, but it can be difficult to, if you have an intact Orangeburg, it's hard to know if it's Orangeburg or cast iron. But when it's collapsed like that, and they knew that the line was collapsed, they dug the hole, they pulled it out, and they knew it was Orangeburg. So it's kind of like exploratory surgery. But as long as that's all intact, they can line cast iron or Orangeburg. It doesn't matter. So
Thank you. That helps.
You know whether it's Orangeburg or cast iron with a bag.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. All right, we're going to go to information item number 3, the School Land Trust year review.
In the policy that for both of these, we are just supposed to provide them for you to review. The ship has kind of sailed. It's just a captain's log, I guess. I mean, we can't really change them, right? They're really old, so they're just there for you to know what happens.
It's 24, 25. I was looking at it, I was like, wait a minute. I had to rethink for a second.
Thank you, and yes, those are all attached in our agenda online, so. Okay, let's move to number 4, Teacher and Student Success Act, DSSA 24-25 year review. Keith and Heidi Jo?
Ditto.
Ditto? Do you have any?
And plans were made, they either, like today, they either got they were followed or they had an amendment, they spent it, heard their goals, and this is a review of that. Some of the reasons why we're waiting on both of these till now is some of these are based on data that's not available at the end of 24-25, and it takes another 6 months for some of these data points to show up to know if they reached it, approached it, or so that's why there's a delay. It's not that they couldn't figure out their budget in May. They could, but some of the data for their goals are not ready.
Like with the School Land Trust, they don't even open it up on the state site until
January.
February, and then there was a month of problems, but usually you'll see next year's, it's weird, we're running this year's plan, we're reviewing last year's plan, we're writing next year's plan, it's very confusing. We usually put next year's plan on this agenda, but we still haven't gotten from the state what to project for the TSSA amounts. So, and then with School Lounge Trust site being, kind of having some problems this year, we gave our principals until next month.
We do know that by May 15th, the board has to approve it. So we'll get this information as soon as possible.
So I mean, did anyone in reviewing these have any questions?
I didn't have any questions. I just wanted to give a big shout out of thanks to the state with both of these different funds they help, and I think that the schools are using them very efficiently. So just grateful we have that extra source coming in, extra source of money.
Thank you, absolutely. All right, we'll move to number 5, Child Nutrition Program Report. Mr. Stevens.
I want to say ditto, but I won't. The Child Nutrition Program is a very unique program in all the programs you operate because it's self-sustaining. So we have 3 sources of revenue that come into this program. We have lunch payments by parents for their children who don't qualify for an assistance program. We have state liquor tax that also contributes towards this. And we have federal programs from the National Schools Program that also contributes to this. So there are no other dedicated education funds nor local funds that flow into this program. It's a self-sustaining program, and if we project a shortfall, generally the requirement is that to raise the price of school lunches. We have sufficient funds in this program that I don't anticipate raising school lunch prices for several years, and that is because of during the pandemic, the reimbursement rates by the federal government very generous and allowed us to build surplus. We will probably have close to 5 years without any changes in the school lunch prices for our students. Keith, next slide please. As you can see here are some meal patterns served. There's a, I don't say drastic, but there's a decrease between this year and last year, year to date of meals served. My staff and I haven't quite identified why. I know we've had some government shutdowns and things of that nature, and parents maybe caused uncertainty for parents, but overall, we haven't identified any non-service patterns. So what I believe is happening is potentially, it seems simple, but potentially more kids are bringing lunch home.
And Express. Just kidding. Not kidding.
So we, the summer lunch program last year served 14,000 meals in the summertime. We had 2 sites. We had a park in Garland and we had Lakeview. Those are 2 sites that qualified. Just a point of information, in order to qualify as a site, they have to meet certain poverty requirements. In the past, we've had more sites, but the demographics, economic demographics of the county has changed as such that we are having less areas qualified for these free reduced meals in the summertime. So that means this year,
Anyone in the area can go to that site to get lunch.
correct, but
It's not just the Lakeview students or the Garland students, right?
correct, but we have to qualify by zip code, and so we have to find a zip code that qualifies based on the federal requirements.
So a question on that. Can anybody go, or do they have certain people that have,
No.
like if people show up, they can get?
Anyone under 18, right?
Yep. And so this year, we have Lakeview again. Because we don't have a site that qualifies within the district, on our Richland property, we have to utilize a city park or some other municipal place. This year, the city of Garland has declined to allow us to serve at that park. We don't feel it's a necessity. And so our only site this year will be at Lakeview for summer lunch. Yes.
Tell me why we have to, say that again, why do we have to use this?
Because we have to find locations within a zip code that qualifies for sufficient number of students or families in the property.
Could we just use a school?
The school doesn't qualify. That zip code that neighbors around the school doesn't qualify as a area in need for free reduced summer lunch.
Isn't Garland's zip code the same as the park zip code? The Garland
It's
zone?
more, more minute in the area they examine at the federal level of what areas qualify. It's by the census data. So the census data gets more detailed and exact than just a zip code.
And Garland City said they don't feel it's a need and no, you can't use our park.
That's correct.
Is that a done deal, or can people petition for that?
I won't say it's a done deal. We haven't on summertime yet. We can revisit the situation of the city if they wish to reconsider. I'd say that door's always open.
Thank you.
Is there a way to request, a waiver is not the right word, but from the federal government? On the,
Last year and this year, we exhausted all our avenues with finding sites that would qualify for us to serve that.
Could you give us, do you know a number of just the Garland area or the north end of the district lunches? How many lunches were served
I
last
don't
summer
have
there?
that at my fingertips here, but I can definitely
But could
provide
you get it for us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Can you tell us what would be a qualifying area to serve village? What does that entail?
Well, it's by neighborhood geographic, and the census data has different blocks that they consider, and so they're looking at qualifying households based on the most recent census data within that geographic area.
So not necessarily in the whole zip code, but in, so Garland, it's in smaller than the zip code.
That's correct.
Would, like a church parking lot qualify? I mean, if it's in that area, I'm
If
just
they
like.
have predefined geographic areas that we have to consider, and so when the school doesn't qualify for alternate area, that we qualify. And
So if there's not a church in that predefined area, then,
correct.
right, okay.
Sorry, do you have that border? Like, do you know the land that is considered in that?
I don't have that at my fingers. I can work with Coleman Yancey, our coordinator for child nutrition, to provide that information.
Is there a deadline that we had to turn in our location?
Not that I'm aware of, but we've been trying to qualify locations out throughout the year, so we work on throughout the year, but I believe we can find a location qualified by the end of the school year, we're okay.
Okay.
Next is some pictures. We did a pirate treasure thing for our National School Lunch Week in October. So we did our lunch staff help with those. This is a topic last year. We remember that there are certain additives that are no longer allowed to be put into school lunches, and that's a Utah Pacific rule. Our providers, our large providers, Cisco, they and many others such as Frito-Lay and Pepsi Cola Company, who does a lot of snacks, decided they wanted to be able to still serve us. So, and then I say us, school lunches in general. So they reformulated a lot of their items. So anything on this list that would potentially be banned previously has been reformulated to take out these banned ingredients. So now we're able to serve all these items here. So we will be fully compliant with the requirement for HB 402 for this coming school year. And we were actually serving these foods, these compliant foods already this year.
And just if I understood right, they've changed those food items for the schools only, but if you find them in the grocery store, that doesn't necessarily mean those additives have been removed.
That's correct.
And that's just for Utah schools?
Yes.
That's awesome that they
There are
do
a few
that.
other states.
There are a few other states, but it's not a nationwide requirement. It's not a national school lunch requirement. So we've asked for support on how to implement this from the State Board of Education, where the child nutrition team is housed. Because it's not a federal Department of Agriculture requirement for this program, they don't really have any guidance to give us on how to implement this. And so it's kind of been for us to figure out in conjunction with our provider companies to make sure that we are compliant.
So did all the schools in the state band together to help make this
No,
happen?
this was done voluntarily by the provider, the food providers. They decided, they saw that we could potentially lose a lot of sales, and so they decided we can reformulate. But they kind of draw a line in the sand, like, no more. You guys want to keep on, if the state wants to keep on changing certain food additives that can be allowed, they're saying we're not going to work on that anymore. They've done a lot already, they don't want to do anymore. So it really creates two distribution chains. A chain for schools in exchange for retail. And that's hard to manage, and they really don't want to have to go for that.
Well, we're grateful that they did it for us this year.
Yes, yes. Freezer meals. So when we have prepared food that exceeds the number of students who took lunch that day, we create freezer meals for distribution for students who may not have a meal at home that night. And so we distribute those throughout the school year, all year long.
Anything else? I have to say, being a former elementary principal, I think that's a wonderful idea, because, you know, there's so many people that just think that everybody's home life's just like theirs, and it is not. And there's so many kids that don't have the feel, the food and everything that we might have in our home. So I think that's a wonderful, wonderful idea, so keep that up.
It was heavily utilized during the government shutdown last fall. There's a lot of families that were grateful for this opportunity.
That's awesome.
I kind of went backwards. I kind of already talked about this, federal and state funding. So we have two funding streams. One's a mandatory funding stream, one's discretionary. Last year we did farm the fork with the peaches, but we didn't do it this year. Didn't see a lot of return on investment, and the time required to implement the program, we didn't feel like it was worth our while this year. So we didn't participate in that this year. But the National School Lunch Program, the School Breakfast Program, and the Fresh Fruits and Vegetables Program, we participate in all those programs. More photos of our staff, and we really enjoy having our staff in our kitchens. They really make, I always say that running a school operation is a big team effort. We need custodians, we need maintenance staff, but we need school lunch, we need bus drivers. It's all a team effort. And we're really grateful for the service they provide in the school. Any questions?
Sorry, we kind of asked as you were going along, but thank you. That's great information. We appreciate the work that staff is doing. Awesome. All right, now let's move on to the monthly financial report.
Why is it being brought up here? This is kind of the doldrums of the school year when it comes to finances. We're not really setting budgets. We've already set our budget. We're working through our budgets. Last week, we spent 2 days with our other fellow business districts across the state. The State Board of Education attended, and the State Tax Commission attended, where we start preparing for law changes and changes in allocations for the coming school year to prepare for next year. So I've had information in my hands for about 10 days now. We start working on next year's budgets to be able to plan and prepare for that. Next month we'll have preliminary to share with the board of where we are at on our budgets for next year. I would just say we have sufficient funds to service our needs, and we are within our budgets established by the board that was passed last August. Part of the process this time of year, I'll be looking at all our budgets in detail, and where we have items that we have been approved through board action throughout the year. An example is we approved the purchase of 4 SUVs for student transportation. That'll be added to the year-end budget for the board to approve the whole. Other than that, I don't really. Our collections, local and state tax collections, are on pace. We do not have any. We don't have any glaring needs or concerns in our budget. We have sufficient needs for the rest of the budget. Any questions about the finances? Okay.
Thank you, Neil. We appreciate you. All right, we are to item number G7, board committee reports. Does anyone have a report from a committee you serve on?
I want to highlight the Boys and Girls Club Community Campus ribbon cutting that happened on March 20th. That's a great campus there. It will help not only people in Brigham City area, but the whole county, and a lot of coordinated effort went in to make that happen. Appreciate all those that came to support that. And then Ridgerland has a fashion show that anyone can attend April 22nd and 23rd. It's at the Ridgerland campus in Logan. And also Ridgerland Career Days are, write down the date, May 6th and 7th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And people want to attend that, let me know and we'll make sure you have an escort.
Anyone else? All right, I'll finish this off with the Student Services Committee, Student Wellness Committee, sorry. Our multicultural night, our Box Elder School District multicultural night is at Box Elder Middle School on April 27th. That's a Monday, and it starts at 6 o'clock and goes till 8 o'clock. There will be all kinds of booths there with information for all families. There will also be entertainment throughout the night and food trucks throughout the night, so you can grab dinner for your family and see all the information booths and entertainment from all different cultures that are in our area. So it should be a good night. That's April 27th from 6 to 8 at the Box Elder Middle School. All right, student board member report. What have you got for us, Michaela?
Well, we talked about this a lot, but we just got back from spring break, so that was a blast. Prom, for both schools, prom ended last month, and they were a blast. Prom's the biggest dance of the year for us, since it was really busy. The next dances for Box Elder is Mort, and it's April 18th. And then for Bear River, it's Red and White, which is in May, on May 2nd. So that's the last one for Bear River, and then Box Elder has their last one, Purple and White, also on May 2nd. And we have a couple virtual days coming. Tomorrow, Box Elder has one. It's this Aspire testing for sophomores. So this juniors and seniors get the day off, kind of, but
Sophomore Appreciation Day.
The juniors had their ACTs, so the last month. It's kind of a flip-flop for the sophomores and juniors, which is pretty fun. Seniors just get it all off. That's great. And then Bear Rivers is at the end of this month. It's the 28th. So that's good. And then we have career days coming up. Last year I went to ours and it was a blast. I went to a couple of the careers that I was looking into, and the presenters, they answered a lot of questions. Their presentations were really good. Bear Rivers is April 16th and Box Elders is April 14th. So that's good. And then midterms April 17th for both schools. So that's sneaking up on us, which is fun. And then, sorry, I'm a lot. Mr. Box Elder, it's like a fun little showcase that the senior boys get to do, and the winner gets like a scholarship and stuff. Box Elders, or Mr. Box Elder was March 26th, and it was a blast to watch. They put so much work into it, and it's amazing to see.
I have a video of the dance they all did at the beginning if you're interested. They did a great job. It was it was the drill team, one of the Rockettes.
Worthy.
Yeah,
she did it.
And Julie, didn't your son win Mr. Congeniality?
Yes, my son won Mr. Congeniality. Describes him perfectly, actually.
And then Mr. Bear Rivers, theirs is in May, on May 12th. And so that's coming up. And then we just have student body elections. I don't know exactly when those are, but they set up posters and campaign for a week or two, and then they have elections for it for the next year, so 2026, 2027. Yeah, that's all that's going on right now.
Thank you, Michaela. We appreciate this report. All right, G8 is our March Employee Appreciation. Again, we appreciate that those names are before us, and I love seeing these outstanding individuals and glad that we show some appreciation and recognition as a district. All right, and we're going to move to H now for our policy review.
Make a motion that we pass the policies to delete and the policies with no changes.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or discussion on those policies? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes, which puts us to item number 3, first reading.
And I just have a question on this one. This has to do with the student speech publications prior to review, 5250. In it, it talks about kind of the free speech for school stuff and then free speech for just the student. I've got it down for page 3C5, 3A5, I guess, general rule. It says that if the speech is vulgar, lewd, obscene, or plainly offensive in a school setting, what can we describe that? What can be in those bounds? I've had a lot of teachers and even students and parents talk to me, more so over the last 2 or 3 years, about some of the speech that's allowed in classrooms. And the teachers are frustrated because they don't feel like there's anything that they can do about it. So what is vulgar speech classified as?
I'll try not to use that kind of language.
Okay.
Vulgar could be described as taking something good and maybe running it through yuck. Could be a lot of things on vulgar. But notice it says the district shall not restrict unless, a key word called unless. So the fact is the speech is vulgar, lewd, obscene, or plainly offensive. They can lose their opportunity to be in class that day. Certainly, depending on how bad it was, who it's towards, if it's in anger or if it's just in, but we can do something for that. We can do accountability projects, reflection projects, we can take away their lunch, we can do some in-school suspension, we can do some training and opportunities to learn. But we don't just say you can't do anything. Certainly you would report this. Parents would want to be communicated with, and obviously, again, some of these other things are going to be a setting that you would not approve of, but to have a feeling of I can't do anything about that would be.
And when you say they could take away lunch, you just mean they can't sit with their friends during lunch?
Meaning they're going to eat in a different location. So
they
lunch
still get
detention.
food. Yeah, well, I just wanted to clarify for anybody that we're still letting them eat, but they just.
Take away their lunch freedom. They would have lunch in a space, and so that thing happens now.
So in the vulgar, is that swear words? Is that part of that?
Could be.
So if they have students that are using swear words toward them, then they would report
100%.
that to the principal?
Yeah. Yep.
And then the principal would take care of the...
Yeah, but I would also say as a teacher, you'd want to be proactive, especially if it was towards you. Let a parent know that that's what happened. Obviously, the principal would make contact as well. We have educator handbook where you can make this a report, and if it's an immediate and they're just going off, certainly, hey, I need someone right now, and we can come and take a kid out of a classroom setting if needs to be.
How is it handled if like it's in the hallways? We're not in a classroom and teachers are out in the hallways just monitoring kids.
Well, if they hear it, they certainly can report it.
Right.
I know sometimes students do feel like, hey, I'm just walking, I'm talking with my friends. Oftentimes they speak, sometimes how they hear at home that they're speaking. But there is a certain place where we got to have better language, and we have the right to do that. And if I'm a teacher in the hallway or an administrator, ironically, they generally don't say it. Generally don't say it when adults are around. They say things when people aren't looking. And so, a student could say something and could go up. We have the Safe UT app, which allows people to do anonymous tips. And just as walking down the hall, they were just going off. They could do that anonymous tip, or they could do it face-to-face, tell a teacher, go to an administrator. So there are options for people to not have to tolerate that kind of language.
Would this policy be the one that would kind of catch that language stuff?
Yeah, so obviously, and just so you know, this policy came from our lawyer, who wrote one at Weber School District. And because speech is a protected First Amendment right, we wanted some guidance. As you'll see at the bottom of this, very, I don't know what I want to call it, incomplete maybe. And I love the fact that we can separate what I'm doing if I'm representing Bear River High or Box Elder High or Bear River Middle, I have certain speech restrictions. But you also, as a person, you have a right to speech, but there are some things that are not protected at the school setting, and this is that area that would help protect that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
With that, I would make a motion to accept the policies on first and second reading.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion or any other questions? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. That motion passes. And we are moving on to our consent items.
As I was reading through the minutes of the March 30th meeting and the April 6th meeting, everything looks good, but I'm wondering if we might want to add the date and location and the beginning times. I didn't see that, and I've had computer problems throughout the day. I'm thankful to Robert for all his help, but I didn't catch this until after 4, so I couldn't call Marcy. But we might, there's no indication of the date, location, or the beginning of the meeting in those two meetings.
What was the second one? April
March 30th and April 6th.
6th. Just have that listed on the minutes.
Yeah, it's listed that way in the normal minutes. It would have, you know, where it was and the date and location and the beginning time. And then I have a question on I-6 for the RFP for the waste management services. It says the RFP was done in 2023. Are we still going off of that? Is this just an award based off the 2023
That's
RFP?
a mistake on my part.
Okay.
I must have on my keypad typed the 3 instead of 6.
So I was like, that's kind of an old one to be basing a decision on.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so that was just a typo?
Yes.
And on I-7 and I-8 for the security cameras and the safety system, are those already budgeted, or are these things that will be added into the budget?
There'll be additions to the budget. That's why they're before you right now.
Additions for this year? I mean, for
Correct.
this.
Correct. The security cameras, and we could do that with some of next year's budget. The cameras for the buses, they need time to order them and do an install, prepared for next school year. A lot of these items are coming from overseas, and we know that the uncertainty in the world economics right now may delay some of those things, so we wanted to put it in this year's budget so that process.
Neil, I'm wondering, I've heard a little bit about those, and not tonight, but I think that would be a good thing, whether you or Jason Sparks, one of the two of you, to tell the board and the public about those, what they're for. There may be some misconceptions out there about them, and I'd like to hear the good they're going to do.
Mr. Sparks is here tonight, if you'd like to have him come up and do that for a moment, or we can do another time.
Well, it is, yeah, if we're asking questions.
Just as a point of information, today in our Box Elder Leadership Team meeting, we had an extended discussion about this, but I don't think it would hurt for Jason to come up and speak about it, and the fact that before we put these into full motion, they are in buses right now. However, before we put it in full motion, we're going to do a really good public relations and professional development campaign, and then also provide some sort of a plaque or something that says, just so you know, you're being monitored by Samsara is the name of the software, correct? You want to come up and take some questions,
Sure.
Jason?
I don't know how much time, I could talk about this a long time.
Jason really likes this.
Condense it for
I
us
will
this time.
condense it. I'll give you a quick history first, just really quickly. 24/7 is what the program we use for our system we currently use for the cameras. The problem with 24/7 and most systems out there is it relies on a hard drive that's physically on the bus. And so the cameras are recording to the hard drive. And then if we have an issue we need to review, we have to go pull that hard drive from the bus and pull that. Oftentimes what we're finding, and this a lot is because this is older technology, and a bus is a harsh environment for a hard drive, is that the hard drives have failed. And then we can't pull the video, we don't have that access. And there are important things that we need to be able to see, and now we've lost that ability. And that's part of why we were looking for What is there different? So I spent a lot of time talking with our directors, looking at other options. Samsara is a program we already use for our GPS tracking, and so they allow us to connect the current cameras to their system, which Samsara already has Wi-Fi, and so it connects it to the cloud. So say there's an issue, we can instantly pull that up, we can have that forward us, and so this really speeds that process up. For example, if there's, say, a bus accident, before I can even get to the scene, I'll have that video ready and I can give that to the authorities or whoever, and so that creates that aspect. With that, it also, so that ties those cameras to that system. They also have what the kind of term is AI technology that they add in, and so a lot of people get nervous about that. What does that entail? What that gives us is, one, it's going to tell us if a camera system's not working. So we're not going to have that issue. It'll warn us that, hey, this bus isn't recording. So that already creates that protection. The second thing is it allows us to be notified if there are certain behaviors happening while a driver is driving. For example, if they're on their cell phone, or if they're not seat belted, or if they're not stopping at a stop sign, it will send an alert with a video showing that. Now, the idea behind this is not for a gotcha. This is an opportunity to teach. And I'll give you an example. We did put this on 3 buses. I'll be quick, I'm sorry. We put this on 3 buses, and what we found is we had drivers, seasoned drivers, who were almost stopping, but not stopping at a stop sign. And it's a stop they probably go past every day multiple times. And they were coming close, but they were doing a rolling stop. So this is a coaching moment. So we bring them in, let them watch the video, and all of them are like, oh, I didn't stop. I always stop. And we're like, no, look, here's a few examples. And so now they're like, they stop. In fact, one of the drivers is like, every stop I'm going, stop, 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 stop. And so it creates that aspect of safety. And so it's not a gotcha, but it creates an enhanced safety. The other feature it brings in is it allows us to coach individually. And so we can look at what a driver is doing. It gives us some ideas of how to coach them to be safer and to support them. Just like a teacher, when you go in and you video a teacher teaching, that is so powerful because now it's something to give them. Here's some things. It's not a gotcha, but here's a way to support and improve and create safety. And again, it's about safety. All of this is about ensuring the safety of our students, who are very, very important to us. So, sorry, I kind of rambled. Well,
Doug, maybe you could talk to him after?
I'd be happy. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
So when you say that there's cameras, how many cameras and where?
So our oldest buses typically have 6 to 8 cameras, some less, depending on the size of the bus. We already have those cameras installed, so this is just a matter of attaching those cameras into the Samsara system. And then we'll have a front-facing camera and a driver-facing camera that's a Samsara piece, and then we tie our other cameras to that. So some buses can have up to, there could be 10 cameras if you count those 2 cameras. Oh, another area it will help us is with our red light violations. It can recognize that and it'll already create the video, so I'll have that video and I can send that to the authorities when someone doesn't stop for our buses when they're unloading.
Jason, does it, with this technology, it automatically sends you those notifications? You don't have to wait for the driver to get finished and say, hey Jason, I had someone run a red light at approximately 4 o'clock. It just sends them to you.
It sends it, and also it has alerts monitoring around the bus for pedestrians. So like if there's a student in front, it will alert the driver. By the way, it does alert drivers if, say, they are on their cell phone, or if they're distracted driving, or if they're speeding. It will chime in and say, please reduce your speed. Please put down your cell phone. And so it allows that change. And so it's kind of a cool thing. But again, it's
We get that for our teenage drivers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have a few in my household that could use that.
And again, I could show you videos, but there is some staff, so I need to be careful with that. But we had an individual who was driving with students in a Suburban, and hit a speed where it chimed in and said, please reduce your speed. Yeah, and reduce the speed, set the cruise, and they never were speeding after. And again, that's what it's about, as safety, not necessarily as a gotcha.
Can I ask one question? When our bus drivers are stopped, they get to the schools several minutes before kids are actually let out of school. When the bus is off or in that parked position for 15 minutes, can the bus driver use their phone?
So,
is there
district policy states if you're being employed, you shouldn't be on your cell phones
so that's
unless it's
already
for school
policy.
business.
Okay.
And so that's an aspect of
That
it.
takes care of that.
Now, if there's a situation a driver needs to be on their phone, like they can pull over, and if it's an emergency, obviously, they can do that.
All right, thanks.
We can configure different speeds and alerts and thresholds for those things. So generally, it wouldn't tell Jason or anybody who's monitoring it that, hey, this person's on the phone with their parking school. It's configurable for motion violation, not just sitting there.
Yeah, and seatbelt, like it'll say, hey, put your seatbelt on. So there's also, as far as with the students on the bus, with them being tied, it can look for violence or it can look for fights, and so it can create that aspect. Also, if the bus driver says, I've got a problem down the road, say there's some situation going on, I can go live and see what's going on in the bus right at that moment.
So you make it sound like that this is on the buses and all of the district vehicles?
Could be on district vehicles. We're focused on buses and district vehicles that haul students.
So
the suburban.
Suburbans, it's high schools or intermediate schools, and buses. We're not putting this in any light fleet that are assigned to daily district business.
Just for cost savings, probably.
That and really our emphasis is student safety, and that's what I wanted to focus on. Just to highlight, there is an expense here, but this is dramatically less than anything else I checked out, because we would have to put the infrastructure with any other resource to do this at the schools, where we would have to upload the video footage when the buses are parked at the school. And again, it wouldn't give us that instant aspect. And when I was with Robert about that, you were saying it would be about $500,000 just for the infrastructure. And we're not, we're under that. And again, in transportation, we're the most efficient district in the state. We're $1.5 million more efficient, so we could spend $1.5 million and get that back, that 85 to 15%.
That's included in the back of the information about this.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Thanks,
Sorry.
that was on the spot, so thank you.
You bet.
And we have community members who have questions. When we're done here, we can. All right. Before we move on to, we need a motion for consent items.
Just one more thing.
Sure.
On the upcoming events, Sunrise graduations, and I know Randy called me, the principal, because I'm speaking. It's going to be held this year on the football field also.
Oh, it is? They're moving it to the,
Yeah.
they're running out of room.
No, I guess, so.
Wow.
Just a heads up.
That's awesome, thank you.
And that's why the time went from 7 to 8.
Okay. I love that, thank you.
So back on the consent items, I'll make a motion that we pass the consent items with the noted changes of adding date, location, and beginning time of the minutes.
I second. All those, any other questions, any other discussion on those? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And any opposed? Okay. We have a student that has been here from beginning till now, and I just think we should recognize. Tell us your name.
I'm Isabel Throck. I recently just got a job with the Box Elder News Journal, so I'm actually writing the reports for the school board. So I just get to listen and send the summary. So
I mistook you for a high school student.
I am a high school student. I'm a sophomore.
You are.
Yeah, I went to go talk to Sean Hales, the editor, and just asked if there was anything that I could help out with. And so he didn't have anyone to do these reports, so he told me that this is something I could start with. So it's just a little extra job on the side to do.
That's awesome. Way to go. That's impressive. So thank you for being here. All right. any other suggestions? I'm sorry, I'm distracted. Just suggestions for future board meetings? Anything?
I think Neil said, but that we would be discussing some of the preliminary budget things.
Yes.
Do I get to do a presentation on the book battle?
We could put it on the agenda.
Is that what I do?
Would you rather do that than what you did tonight?
Yeah.
All right. Book battle.
I think it's worth noting, and I don't have the answer to this, but May 13th is not here. I think it's just, but it's going to be young.
We can still do that.
We can still do that quick, I think, but thank you.
Anyway,
Yeah, thank you for the reminder.
Yeah, we're at young.
That's what it says on the very last line, that the next meeting will be at Adelphi.
Oh, I was looking at the suggestion that you proposed. Sorry.
Oh, I wasn't looking there, but at the very last line of the agenda.
The whole thing, gotcha.
So is budget, or maybe wanting a work session? In the work session?
I think we'll also need a facilities work
Next
session.
meeting, we don't do a work session. We
Oh,
have
it's
the
the
open
reception.
house before. We can do a
Alright.
discussion, yeah.
Okay, we may need an extra work session. In between then, I'll be in touch about that. Anything else? Suggestions for future board meetings? Thank you for the reminder. I knew that the reception is before that.
I will, go ahead. I will say just on adjournment, we need, and I'll make sure Marcy corrects this, is that our next board meeting is actually tomorrow night. So we'll put that tomorrow night, and then I'll leave the May 13th on there. So I just noticed that.
Thank you.
I was trying to remember the last time we met with mayors. We did that first meeting. And
That was last
And you
summer.
had suggested that Tremonton host it, but then they got a new mayor.
That's true.
So we maybe need to just host again.
He would host it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, our
He's
new
awesome.
mayor is very pro conversations.
So he wouldn't have attended the last one to know that.
He was there though, but
actually, as a city
he was there.
councilor.
We'll get that.
He was running, so,
He needs
but
a-
that's,
he needs a
we'll
reminder.
try to remind that.
Just on the meeting tomorrow, I just want to apologize. I'm not going to be able to be to that one. I had a previous responsibility. So.
Thank you, Karen.
Just FYI, I had something out of state planned for tomorrow as well, so I don't think I will be there.
Okay.
Just kidding.
It's with the granddaughter, and it's in Preston, Idaho, and that's about as close as this gets. So I, to be honest with you, it's a track meet, but I don't get to go see that very often.
That's important.
Yeah.
Absolutely, we understand. All right. Board handbook.
This was on. You did two. Two? Yeah, sorry. It's
We are
been kind
gonna-
of a crazy week.
We're gonna do that next month. It's all right. Don't worry about it.
Next time on the agenda, will you put my name next to it?
Yes.
Put that down.
Because it's always there at the bottom of the agenda.
Have it flashing lights for who's going to.
Yeah. Yes, we will. Sorry about that. I should have given you a
That's all right.
reminder. Okay, so now we need a motion to move to closed session.
So do you want them all together or do you want them
Yes.
separate?
We want them all together, please.
Okay, make a motion that we go into closed session to discuss purchase, exchange, or lease of real property, character or professional competence of an individual, and strategy sessions with respect to collective bargaining or pending or imminent litigation.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and we need a roll call vote, please.
Reed Hug, yes?
Stephanie D. Phillips, yes.
Tiffany Summers, yes?
Danielle Wright, yes.
Karen Cronin, yes.
Julie Taylor, yes.
And we will come back for the
Yes, we will
tabled
be
action
back
item.
for item number what? 5, something, F5. Thank you.
There's the Macomb family, all up in lights for a second.
What was that? Is that like
He had his screensaver up there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that looked familiar. We were in Oregon last week, and I was like, that looks all kind of.
That was a lot of fun.
Excuse me, thank you.
I'll take my phone.
Meeting?
No, not tomorrow.
I'll be there. I just, I'm not. No, for my water.
Good job.
Strong and ended like a train wreck.
That was great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You did such a good job putting my bracket up.
It was so hard. One click. I could do one click.
I'll try to make it easier for you next time.
You know what it is?
Good job, Michaela. Good luck this next 7 weeks. Crazy, huh?
Wonderful.
Yes, we are still in closed session, but we will be back when they're done. Hey, quick update, just checking in. Yep, still in closed session. Have a good evening. It has been a minute since there's been an update, but yes, it's 10:26 and we are still here. So they should be out anytime now. The glorious thing is you can wake up in the morning, fast forward to the end, and just see what the results are. Good night. kind of fun.
Yes, 100%.
I figured out, you can reboot your computer onto your monitor.
Okay, yeah.
Closed, boom, we'll be in it, and get whatever you need off of
Get it cleaned up.
Yep.
I'll work,
Bless your heart for sticking
Yes,
around.
holy cow.
Well,
We have to go sit down.
I got all the finances approved that I needed to do, and
It's like sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I just can't get to sleep, so I just do some grading. I'm caught up for the morning, but I'm gonna be dead tired.
here's, I guess, here's what happened. I stuck that in there.
staple.
Can you believe that?
That staple did it. It's a small thing, but for your precision.
I've always stuck mine in there, but I probably not even. Yeah, I broke the computer screen.
You're fired.
Well, luckily, it's an old one. I mean, it's gotten quite a bit. I put that in and see that right there? It makes so much screen, makes those lines. It did that little tiny thing.
And then it made that light interesting.
And I turned it on, it was like, I go to Robert, Robert's trying to get YouTube up, and I could see the look, and he's like, leave me alone, I got stuff to do. I got a time.
It's just lines.
I got a timeline.
Does it still work? It just has
Yeah.
those lines? Okay.
I'll just have to go plug it in. I've got monitors, plug it in, and then we can figure out what to do from here, so.
So,
I thought we were gonna get out early tonight.
Well, we weren't expecting all what we heard.
Well, that was only 15 or 20 minutes, that extra, wasn't it? It was longer.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
Robert's waiting for us to go.
Hopefully tomorrow night will be a lot shorter. Well, but short and sweet.
Robert, you're planning on coming and doing this tomorrow night again?
Yes.
Are you good for that?
We won't be here this late.
Neil also has had a previous engagement
I was gonna
as well.
talk to the board about that after this, but
We just have to have a quorum, right? So we're,
make sure I have.
4.
Yep,
there'll be
there will be
5.
5 of us, yeah.
Thank you. Flush.
I should have been standing for the other one.
We good to go? Do we have a motion to come back into open?
Robert, ready?
I know, but
Do we have to come back in or do
Are
we
you
just-
ready, Robert?
I'm ready.
okay, do we need a motion to come back into open session?
No, since we moved to come out of closed, then that put us in.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are going back to agenda item
5.
F5, thank you. I knew it was 5, I didn't know for sure. The F5, board recommendation to approve sale of property.
I move that the Box Elder School District Board of Education approve the real estate sale contract for the property located at 11,000 North Highway 89, Deweyville, Utah, 84309, parcel ID number 0502100073 in the amount of $450,000 to Vernon Mortensen.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. And since we have completed our agenda, this meeting is adjourned.
What does that stand for?